What? Oh my gosh, guys. I had an interesting weekend. So, I didn't stream on Saturday because my dad invited me to go up to the lake for a day trip, and I couldn't refuse that because I absolutely love being around the beach and around water in general. And the boat that he has, he recently got, well, he just got it fixed, the one that didn't work last week, and he wanted to make sure that it was working this time. And I am really susceptible to dropping everything on a whim and going just to go onto the boat. But we had a lot of fun. The boat works now, and we're happy about that. We stayed on the lake for about 4 hours. It was a good day. So that's why I wasn't streaming on. That's why I wasn't streaming on Saturday, and then I wasn't streaming on Monday. Not Monday, on Friday, because I had like a severe case of burnout that I was feeling, and I excuse me, I was feeling super tired that morning. But we're back at it again, and we're going to be finishing up this this page on the Forester. I think we're going to be starting on the page 4 as well of it. Yeah, and then that will be another finished episode ready to put in my library. Now, as for when the episodes are going to actually be put online for everyone to read, I figured that I was just going to finish up the whole comic first before doing that. That's going to probably happen in the next couple of months. I don't want to post it on my website for weekly reading because I don't have enough of a backlog to make that possible. And I just want to kind of take this kind of casually and slowly, so that way I don't have a serious case of burnout like I did last year. Because last year I drew 3 episodes for as a buffer, and then I tried to keep up a weekly update schedule, and then at the same time I was working part-time. Well, it was nearly full. Well, no, it wasn't even nearly full-time. So anyway, I had a job, I was working, and I also was trying to do art fight at the same time. And that led to a very serious case of burnout. And I don't want to deal with that. Right, let me focus on what we're going to be doing here today. Looks like we're going to be drawing the line art for the character, not the line. Yeah, we're doing the line art for the characters. So those are the inks, and then we're going to be doing the backgrounds as well. We don't really need to do completely new backgrounds. I think I can reuse a couple backgrounds from different panels. That's the thing that you kind of have to balance when you're making webcomics, is balancing between speed and being as efficient as possible with drawing anything new. Okay. Let's just kind of zoom in here. I was a little unprepared this morning because excuse me, I had to clear my throat there. I was a little unprepared this morning, and I was messing with audio levels and things, and also the layout of the stream. So when I went live at 6:30 this morning, the title and of the stream, as well as the category for it, was set wrong, and then the going live notification made it look like I was playing Final Fantasy VII today. That's tomorrow's stream. Let's see. Do I want to start drawing the background, or do I want to start doing the inking? I think there's a prior panel. We were looking towards... Yeah, there is a prior panel. We were looking right at Arden, and so we can reuse that. I will find that. Let's pull up my Explorer here. File Explorer thing. How many of you all are excited for the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster to come out? Because I'm like super hyped for it. Final Fantasy Tactics is like one of my favorites. One of my favorite stories. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasies as well. I tend to really like tactical RPGs and games. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. Forster 14. We can reuse that background. Let's see if I can isolate that. Copy that and select this, edit, paste it, paste to shown position. Now we gotta scoot that around. Okay, we don't have to draw the background again, which is good. It just means that we have less work to do. All right, now in that case, we have to make sure we have to not look at it. All right, character. Let's get the character folder. Right, and the vector layer for the lines. There we go. How large do we want this pen to be? Probably... Yeah, it's probably good. Alright, lock the transparency of those pixels, and then make it blue, and then we start to do the lines. Cool. I can't remember when I was starting to stream, someone had asked me who my favorite Akatsuki was from Naruto, and I had to kind of admit, I haven't really watched Naruto, I just like the music. It's kind of an embarrassing admission. Because usually when you hear someone listening to the music of your favorite anime, you assume that they have watched it. They watched it also, and they have opinions on it that they can share with you. Sometimes, I hate to disappoint people. Oh yeah, this was a great moment in Clair Obscur. That's a game I need to work on finishing. This fight in the game was equal levels of hype and oh shit. It was also a very important character moment for one of the characters. And at this point of the game, you would come off such an emotional scene just prior. Thing that I'm really excited about is we're having such a renaissance of indie games, because I feel that for did Clip Studio freeze on me? I hope not. No, it might have. Crap. Saving recovery information. Oh, there it goes. It was just auto-saving. I have it set to autosave like every 15 minutes, I think. Even though I tend to save every time I make a... Just make sure we can get that line out of the front part of the hair. No. Change the tuft of fur at the top of the ear. I try to avoid making changes to the line art. Well, making changes to the sketch in the line art phase, because I feel like it looks sloppy. I might erase just a little bit right there. Felt like the tuft of hair at that point was kind of getting close to the edge of the ear. Next, oh, I did turn on vector eraser by accident. What I'm trying to eliminate right there is a tangent of the lines. That just what basically that is. See this line right here? If it went right into the corner and just stopped, it would make it just kind of looks unpleasant, and it would make the shape kind of blend together and make the image less clear. And we want clarity in the images that we have because we want people to read what's going on within a fraction of a second. It's the ironic thing about art or comics or anything in general is that you spend hours on a drawing, and people will only usually look at it for less than a second, even just however long it takes them to read the text. Or just however long it takes them to get the information that get the important information they need out of the panel that you put there. I need to set the. There we go. Get incredibly focused in on the details of the face. Though it's kind of a bad practice to be super zoomed in. Because when you're super zoomed in, you focus too much on the detail, like on the details that no one's gonna see. But here I'm just, I have the lines of the face that I need to ink in. If you ever wanted to check out the comic, you can go to my website. It's on flyingweaselcomics.com. If you do !comic in the chat, you'll get a link to it, and you'll be able to read what I've published on the Forester so far. It's like the first 13 episodes. Discord is trying to notify me of stuff. I forgot to put my Discord into Do Not Disturb because I do that when I'm streaming. That way the sound of the notifications doesn't get carried over into the stream. Okay. I always feel like when I take a break from art, that when I come back to it, my hands feel rusty. in Final Fantasy 14, I remember when this raid came out, and man, I was so into it. I think the Eden series of raids has been my favorite of, well, some of my favorite of the raids in Final Fantasy 14. Like, my real favorite was what were they? I think, yeah, the Omega raids in Stormblood, because, well, the reason for that was because it had so many of the like prior Final Fantasy villains and bosses that it put in there, and I feel like one of the best fights with Kefka. I really like how they handled that, because it's really unclear in Final Fantasy VI how that fight would actually look if it was in real time. But I think that they did a pretty good representation of Kefka's fight with him floating around and attacking the party, while at the same time the statue of the gods, or in this case the graven image, is shooting magic at you. I think that series in Final Fantasy VI, that final boss fight, is one of the, well, it's like the best of the final fights in a Final Fantasy game. Thanks. But anyway, nice to see you, Coco. I mute my mic when I'm like clearing my throat or getting a drink, and it looks like I often forget to turn the mic back on. Well, I was not here on Friday and Saturday because Friday I was really tired because I had stayed up pretty late with my family. We went and saw Lord of the Rings in the movie theater, and then on Saturday, my dad invited me up to the lake and onto his boat because he got that fixed, because last weekend when we were supposed to go on the boat, it had some engine troubles. So yeah, that's what my weekend was like. So how was your weekend, Coco? Playing Left 4 Dead 2 with a friend? Nice. I don't know if you're familiar with a YouTuber by the name of Russian Badger. He did a really funny video recently on the original Killing Floor game. He referenced all the other zombie shooters. He's a really funny guy. He got really big when he was doing videos on like Payday and Payday 2, but he plays all sorts of shooters and things all over the place. So give him a look on YouTube. He's pretty funny. He's hilarious. R6 videos 7 times. I think I watched his 4 R6 videos 7. Oh, okay, all right. It's early morning for me over here, so my sense of humor hasn't quite activated just yet. Also, I've got to get some caffeine in me. Laughs in 71. Yeah. I think I also enjoyed the title of that he did for his Helldivers one. It was like flipping a coin to survive a nuke or something like that. Yeah, but Badger put out his Killing Floor video a couple of days ago. I did that wrong. There we go. So that's the way I was supposed to do it. Excuse me. Gosh, I wish I can get the taper of that line right there just right. I'll just fix that in a minute. Earlier I was talking about how I feel really happy that there's a nice indie game renaissance happening right now. Because we had the game Silk Song come out a couple of days ago, and I'm pretty sure that you've seen all the all the streamers are playing it at the moment, or at least all the ones that I follow. Everyone's talking about it, and also a thing that surprised me was there's talk of how the piracy subreddit, they are like, you should buy this game, you shouldn't pirate it. And that's what convinced me to buy it. So I've been playing Silk Song just rather lightly the past couple of days on my own. Do more spinning around of the canvas. Black Myth Wukong was a really fun game. I really enjoyed that one. I don't often go for Souls-like games, but this one scratched an itch that I have for wanting to see more games that are inspired by Asian myths. Earth Defenders, it was so good, yeah. What is the blaster? Yeah, EDF was really funny to watch. As like my roommates are really big into, well, they were really big into EDF. We tend to make we tend to reference jokes from that all the time. Is there's like a scene in the there's a part in the game where I think they're shooting giant frogs or whatever, and one of the characters in the game is like, "Oh my god, they look just like humans." So there's times when we're playing games and we see something that's very obviously not human, and we joke about that. I think we often joke about that while playing Helldivers. this song right here with the choir going on, I joke with myself that they're saying Bezos. You know, like Jeffrey Bezos is nearby and he's forcing people to work and not take bathroom breaks. There was a pretty hilarious meme that I saw at one point where it's a screenshot from the movie Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Well, that's the American title. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone for the Europeans. Where it's when Professor Quirrell has revealed that Voldemort is on the back of his head, but it's when he's flying towards Harry Potter, and it's the caption for the meme was like, footage of Jeffrey Bezos attacking an Amazon worker who took a bathroom break. Final Fantasy 15, I think, is a really good entry in the series. I enjoy the soundtrack that Yoko Shimomura gave us for it. She doesn't. Well, she gets a lot of recognition, but I don't think that she gets enough recognition for the work she did with Final Fantasy, because she's mostly known for the work that she contributed to Kingdom Hearts with its soundtrack. I'll zoom in on the details of the face for just a minute. I try to avoid being zoomed in too much, because when you're zoomed way in, you can't see the details of the whole picture, and you'll end up putting a lot of details in areas where people aren't going to see it. Up the size of my brush one more time. Alright, I think that panel has line art finished. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5 or so minute break, and then I'll be right back. I might have. Nope, I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no, I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! Oh, there's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not? Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. What is it to deal with it? You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit. Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody. Sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Back. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. Nope, I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. No. Whoa. Did it just... Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. What? I'm back. I think I need to put together like a bit of a super cut of the parts that I've made, so that way it's not just 3 minutes of the same thing looping over and over again. That way, when when we go into the break, it's something at least a little bit different. All right, let's take a look at what I've done so far. Got this next panel to do. I'm also thinking about repurposing another background for that one too. To take a look and see what feels appropriate. I don't remember. I don't know how many of you remember the days of the early mid 2000s where Chuck Norris jokes were like incredibly popular at that time. But there was so this was back when. Oh man! So this is in the early days of World of Warcraft, and when the first expansion was announced and it was gonna come out. For I think it was Burning Crusade. There was like speculation of what new race was going to be added for the game, and like one website I remember made the joke that Chuck Norris was going to be added as a race on one side, and they would play the choir from this song right here from The Matrix. When you see that Chuck Norris was going to be added to the other side. Man, that's crazy. That's a 20-year-old joke. about there. And let us erase some of that. Try to erase some of it while at the same time preserving the taper of the line. Dun, dun. The first Matrix film, in my opinion, is a masterpiece, and then the other two are just popcorn flicks. Just meaning that, like the script isn't the greatest on them, but they're entertaining to watch. Because the plot gets absolutely insane for the final film with Matrix Revolutions. Have a whole like Dragon Ball style fight between Agent Smith and Neo at the end of the movie. And the music we were just listening to right there is the soundtrack for it. For me, like I tend to be kind of elitist when it comes to my taste in films, and that can clash sometimes with what actually ends up happening. So for example, I actually enjoyed the Marvel film Multiverse of Madness for Doctor Strange. But then I saw that critics had absolutely panned that film, and when I sat back and thought about it, I'm like, yeah, the storyline, the script of the movie wasn't the best. It wasn't written too well, and there are very obvious pulls at people's nostalgia and bait for sequels and spin-offs that could happen based off of what was in that movie. So what that basically reminded me of is that you can like something that is not, you can like something that's not critically acclaimed. You can like something that is not the best film or not the best, or just a film that everyone thinks is strange. But you can still enjoy them. You don't have to align yourself always with what critics think about stuff. sometimes you can just enjoy something that is, well, you can just enjoy things for the sake of it instead of enjoying it because it says this piece of high art, this absolute masterpiece of a film, or an absolute masterpiece of media. You don't let that stop you from enjoying anything. Over here, I think I need to have a smaller brush. Something like this. Like this is soft. This is me pressing down hard on the tablet. Up with the pen. Turn the vector eraser back on. I do line art on a vector layer because it makes it easier to clean it up. Because I can go between the vector eraser and then I can go to a regular eraser. Because the vector eraser takes out whole lines. Maybe 15 is a bit too much. Maybe I'll go down to 12. My roommate is playing Clair Obscur right now, and I'm really happy that he's enjoying it. I need to finish that game. I think I'm at the tail end of Act 2 in the game. The things that I enjoy about Clair Obscur is that I just like how like melancholic it feels. You know, melancholy, that I like to describe it as it's like a pleasant sadness, if that makes sense. An example of this, there's an anime that I really enjoy. Also, it's a pretty big influence on my writing. It's called Mushishi, and that one has a melancholic feel, if you wanted to get an idea of what I mean by that. What was I doing here? Now we'll do it this way. in Clay Obscure, I know people keep gushing about the prologue, and I will add to that. I absolutely think it's a wonderful piece of writing for the opening of that game. Like I have the track Lumiere on this playlist, and I still get kind of choked up with that piece, just because, well, the game is so emotional. I really appreciate that about it. Alright, for Kiro's face, we only need to do lines, just lines to represent her eyebrows and her... We'll do a little bit of that. Her eyebrows and her eyelashes. I like to do thick lines for the bottoms of things on my art. Hi, Mr. Weasel the First. How are you? I am doing fine. How has been your weekend, Elenat? And hopefully it was a splendid weekend. My week had been fine, nothing much to say. That's good. I think an uneventful weekend is a good thing. I had a pretty eventful weekend in contrast to that. The reason I didn't stream on Saturday is because my dad texts me and he's like, "Hey, you want to go to the lake on the lake on Saturday?" And I'm kind of an absolute sucker for that, so I'm like, yeah, I'll go. The reason we were going up there is because the weekend so Labor Day weekend here in the US, we had gone up to the lake and we were planning on using the boat that he has, and it had engine troubles. So we got that fixed and we went up to the lake and tested to see if it was working properly. On Saturday, and so it worked. We had a good time. We were on the lake for about 4 hours, and the funny thing about going out there is we knew that it was going to be kind of rainy, but it wasn't supposed to happen until later in the afternoon. So we were out on the lake and we jump out of the boat and do some swimming in the middle of the lake, and we see the clouds rolling in, and it's raining pretty hard at the shore, and it's heading in our direction. So we decided to get back in the boat after only like 10 minutes of swimming in the lake, and drive up north to get out of the way of the storm. So we get to we get north of those storms, and we were about to start swimming again. My dad also wanted to water ski, and we heard thunder. So we're like, okay, it's time to get out right now. And on the drive back to the marina, while we're on the boat, it starts raining really hard while we're out there. So we're in this ski boat that is like exposed to the elements, because it's mainly you know, you go into a ski boat mainly when it's sunny and pleasant, not when it's rainy and dark. And we're trying to get back to the marina as quickly as possible, and so we have rain flying at our faces at 30 miles an hour. And so we're hunkering down behind the windshield, and so the windshield on the boat doesn't have wipers to wipe away the rain, so we can barely see in front of us. And it gets all windy, and the water gets really choppy, and oh man, it was fun. We weren't scared or anything. We were just kind of laughing at how silly the situation got. But we got back in just fine, and the boat was working. And that was my Saturday. Let's get back to doing my line art here. I also kind of surprised myself by feeling surprisingly tired this morning. I've been steadily drinking caffeine. I usually drink soda for that. Sounds like your weekend was way more interesting than mine. A time on the lake sounds nice. It was nice, and that's not like a usual weekend of mine. Usually my weekends are spent at home. This is just one of those few exceptional weekends that happens. Another thing that's been going on is you've probably seen everyone on Twitch is playing it right now. I picked up Silk Song, and I hadn't played Hollow Knight, but I wanted to try this game out because everyone's playing it, and there's been a few news articles going out that on the piracy subreddit, even on the piracy subreddit, they're telling people, no, you shouldn't pirate this, you should buy it. And so because of that sort of deal, I ended up getting that game. Oh, for some reason I know this music, Resident Evil main theme, as one being used not in the game, either somewhere in videos or random ones. Yeah, so this song popped up in my queue one day, and I really liked it, and I added it to my main playlist. I asked my friend, who's a big fan of the Resident Evil franchise, if this was like something that actually played anywhere. He's like, no, this doesn't play anywhere, but it's a good remix. And I had to agree with him. I also made the comment that this reminds me, parts of this song remind me of Metroid Prime. Like this part. It reminds me a lot of Metroid Prime theme. This song kind of makes me want to write something where there's a lab and a science experiment gone wrong, kind of like how you have Umbrella Corp and all that. IDK here, we got pirated Silk Song in the next 5 hours, but yeah, the game is nice. Yeah, so it just shows you how confident Team Cherry is in their game when they didn't put any sort of serious DRM on the game, so the game was cracked within like 15 minutes of its release. But the team at Team Cherry, the ones who made Silk Song, they have enough confidence in their game that they didn't put any measures on there to keep pirates from it. But the biggest reason why a game gets pirated is because people get like priced out of it, meaning that it's too expensive, or it's really expensive, so people choose to pirate it. And Silk Song is only $20. It's really affordable for a extremely high quality game. I'm only like an hour and a half into the game, and I think it's amazing. I mean, even other devs made the release day later because of Silk Song, so that's one of the factors, which shows that it's a great game. Yes, definitely. There was, as I understand it, a significant amount of hype for people when Silk Song was announced and all that, and if I was a developer, I would want to not have my game come out at the same time as Silk Song, because that would mean lost revenue on your part because everyone is playing something else. So it would be like lost revenue for yourself, and then I would also just kind of almost out of respect even not release on the same time as Silk Song. Plus, I like to adopt the mindset of abundance rather than a mindset of scarcity. What that means is, it's like, oh, okay, you're releasing on that time. Well, I'll let you do that. Well, I won't release my stuff at the same time as yours, so that way you have your time to how to think of how to put it. So you have your time to be in the spotlight, and it's like I will release my stuff later, so that way I have my time in the spotlight. That way we both win. Also, like, in my opinion, the AAA industry needs to be taught that it doesn't need to have enormous budgets and thousands of people working on a game in order to make it good. Plus, it's a free ad. You will get a page on some gaming news like Game Blank, insert some game name. The Forester, the beginning, for example, made the release date later because of Silk Song, and that's at least 10 people look at your game. Yeah, exactly. Well, unlike in the theoretical situation of that sort of article, you also show people that it gets you kind of a good reputation when you're saying, oh yeah, because we know that they're going to do a really good job, we're going to delay our game so that way they can have that time in the spotlight. All right, and we got all the line art finished. Now I'm gonna quickly look for a background that I can reuse for Kira. I think that there's one. And you start to seem like a team who, at least somehow, is listening to their fans and news about other games. I see only the good side of that move. More time to beta test, more reputation, more players, and probably way more other stuff. Yeah, definitely. And also, from like a money perspective, it like puts less of a strain on your fans' wallets because they won't have to pick and choose. They'll be able to play the one game that is popular right now, that everyone likes. And when you're delaying your stuff for later, then the fans that are your fans, well, you got yourself the press from delaying your game, but also you're getting some of the respect from your players when they're like, cool, you're gonna give us some time to have our wallet recover so we can play your game as well because we love you too. And let's see, open this guy up. Copy the background from there. Copy. And then set the zoom in first. Paste, show in position. Why is it not showing? That's because it pasted up there for some reason. Okay. Now I need to set the reference layers so that way I can use them to fill in stuff. Time to do color. Wrong button. Just gotta make sure I get all the areas that I need. Alright, that should be it. I just do that multiple times, even though I don't need to do it like twice, maybe. Sure saves a lot. Saves a lot of time, so that way I don't have to go on and individually color in the like all the gaps with the like. So usually there's gaps with in the line arts where the flat colors aren't going to, or there's tiny specks where the fill bucket doesn't get all the way into, and that's kind of what this this tool right here, the correct line, the correct line tool is what it's called. All right, I need to set up my layers again. Like, you see how there's these like specks where the fill bucket doesn't get into? Well, the tool correct line helps me to fill those in fast. I just gotta decide how much detail I want to do in the shading for each of these. Depends on how much impact I want the frame to have. Because I think... So we've already done a pretty impactful frame with this one. Down at the like the bottom, the one that says "my mistake." We put a lot of emphasis on that one. So I don't want to put a lot of emphasis on the ones that I'm doing right now. So we'll probably only do one. Maybe we'll do the 1.5 shading layer as well. Just to add a little bit extra depth, but we're not going to do any like extra ambient occlusion or anything. But then again, we try and separate them from the background, so I might backlight them too. Let's turn on the background layers and see how they compare. Well, how they compare to the rest of them. See if the characters blend in with them or not. I think they do a decent job of sticking out, but what we'll need, I think I will backlight them slightly so it is easier to see the characters. Also doing that rim lighting, the backlight, whatever, is a easy way to help everyone stay separate from their backgrounds. It's one of those things where once you know that type of lighting exists, whenever you watch a film, you always catch it. So you ever notice how in a movie that you can always see the outline of the actor in the frame? That's because of the rim light. Actually, I should keep the backgrounds open anyway, so that way I have a better idea of what to shade in. Alright, so now we do our little shading trick. Creating the different layers, which will help us mix the colors easier. So we've just basically made a copy of the flat color layer, and we're shifting the colors downward in darkness, I guess you can call it. So that when I have it overlaid onto my multiply layer. The multiply layer adds. Well, it allows us to shade the layer below it, and that way, if you see right here, when you run the color across, it mixes well with the others when I do that little trick. What I should do is I should have a reference pulled up for how I want to color each of the characters. Just gotta look around in I have a big old document prepared where it has all the artwork that I like. So that way I can reference it for my own artwork. All right, let's. I think there's a little bit that I need to color in actually here. All right, and now I'd say we're ready to do shit. Alright, so I think in this instance what I'm going to do is, it's a method of shading called light carving. It's basically you fill in the whole thing, almost, and instead of painting in the shadows, you're painting in the light. All right, we're about 2 hours into the stream. I'm gonna take a break and stretch out, and I'll be right back. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. I hope I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Then we got Zell. Whoa. Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! Oh, there's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not? Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just have to deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Finally, we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. What? Nice, a bunch of new, if I'm not crazy, clips in the BRB screen. This is the same clips that I've had before, but I do have plans to add more to the reel. So that way it's not just the same, and not just the same couple of clips for like three or so minutes. I've made a whole bunch of YouTube shorts already, and I'll be putting them together into this screen, so that way there's more variety. Yes, you are very much crazy, Dalinat. Thank you for recognizing it. But I will add more. I will be adding more clips to it. All right, let's see what else I can do. Yep, wanted to double check. Check it, and my brain do not remember equipped with the Quake ability on 3 enemies at all. Magnesium will be on top. Yeah, well, do whatever improves your memory, right? Excuse me. Oh, I understood why I remember Borislav Slavov. He's a Bulgarian musician, and he was taking part in creating Warface MMO first-person shooter, which was created by RUUA and the Turkish branch of Crytek, the creators of Crysis. About the guy because he was working on the Baldur's. Yeah, I recognized the name when you put that in there. That's interesting that he's also working on the first-person shooter MMO, with music for that. I'd be interested in following around his work. Because the soundtrack for Baldur's Gate 3 was fantastic. Alright, and there we go. There's another page. I'm just going to start on the next page. Alright, so this next page is going to take more time because we want to heighten the drama by increasing the detail and the shading and all that. Yeah, they're certainly letting out a lot of anger and emotions in this series of panels. But yeah, that's a thing that you do with text bubbles when someone is shouting, or if they're, if they're being particularly loud, then that's the technique to use. Is kind of this spiky outline. Don't know what else to call it, really. So yeah, and the text bubbles. There's like a brush shape in here. Maybe it's not in the brush shapes for the for the balloons. I think I have a... There was a specific text balloon type that I was thinking about using for that part. I don't think I have it in my Clip Studio at the moment. Okay then, I think I'll quickly look up how to change the brush shape in the balloon. Just looking around for a material for the text balloon that I want. Alright, so I've downloaded a material. I wonder if that's gonna help out with what I'm expecting. Question, can I put it in? There we go, model up 2. Oh. I forgot I had that. There it is. Okay. So, a bit too close together. There we go. Hi, Coco. You fell asleep? No worries. By the way, have you seen what shit is happening in Nepal? The country passed a law requiring each social network or service to have an office in the country. Really? One of the companies met the requirements, and their apps were blocked by a decision of the Supreme Court. The result, teenagers, or some people say Gen Z, started to riot against it. Fires, police, non-lethal bullets. Whew. No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that sort of news. Alright, I think this is what we want. Oops. Let's see what this does. It's closer to what I want, but I need to... We'll see you around, Donut. No, not that much. Yeah, maybe that's good. Just trying to figure out a good size for the... I don't know why, but the text layer is just being weird. Right? What's going on here? Let's see, I might need to restart my program real fast. What happened to the stuff? Oh, we're in the wrong frame. That's why. Just rename my frames really quick so I don't get confused again. Hello, Elijah. I'm sorry, but I don't do free doodle requests. I need to shrink his head. Made it super big. That's a lot better. Now that we got his head size kind of sorted out, actually scrape this that way. There we go. Actually work on the cloak and his hands, which I have sort of that pose. When you find yourself drawing a hand pose you don't know about, you don't know offhand, and you're having a hard time finding a reference, what you do is you just whip out a tiny little mirror and use that as a reference. I have a little handheld mirror that I use for hand poses I'm not sure about. All right. Oh, of course, I noticed something that I should have done. Let's have, okay. If we take the sketch away and we look at the, thumbnail, he's facing more forward than he is, to the side like I have him here, so I might actually have to redraw his head after all. That's not a problem. Let's quickly take care of the other spots first. We'll just get his cloak drawn on, and then we'll work on his head again. I always find it kind of funny that you draw this whole mannequin to put your character onto it, and then and to make sure you've mapped out the proportions and everything and where all the limbs are. Then when you're putting clothing onto them, you have to pretty much erase the whole thing. And sometimes you're just like, I did all that work and I have to get rid of it all. I mean, it's like, yeah, but at the same time, you put all that work in there so that you can accurately draw the character, and make him look believable with where the clothing folds are and in their own proportions. All right, sorry, Arden, but we gotta decapitate you. No head. Make sure he's looking towards the camera. Instead of down into the left, like this way. I want him to look, at us rather than down this way. Oh, but of course she's kind of He's leaning forward a little bit. Let's get rid of the bits of hair. Oh, dropped my pen. Just gotta remember to slow down, because oftentimes things get done quicker if you slow down just a touch. How much into that way direction is he looking? Have the characters look like aliens for a minute. Alrighty. I'm gonna take another break and then we will do the final stretch of the stream. Be right back. What do you do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. Nope, I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Whoa, did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no, I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. You can get haste from this guy. Did I not... Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just have to deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Well, I'm back. Oh boy. I noticed we had some new people that were sticking around for a minute, but guess they're not here anymore. Looks like the person that was trying to get free doodles from me has blocked me or something, because I click on their profile and it says unable to fetch account. I remember seeing them pop in like last week sometime. They were asking for the same thing. I issued them a warning because, excuse me. So because I don't do doodle requests on stream unless it's unless the stream is specifically for that. Because today's stream was just working on the comic, and then hanging out in here and listening to some of my favorite music. Okay, well, looks like we got Arden drawn here just fine. Now he's looking at the camera, not rather than down and off to the side. We just got a simple panel right here with Kira having a shadowed face. Don't know what else to call that expression. But that actually is more or less drawn just fine. We can just kind of trace over it already. Maybe with some minor corrections. How appropriate that this song should play. So I haven't done a full playthrough of Disgaea, but this is like a scene involving the main character Laharl and his mother. And right here, Kira and Arden are arguing, well, fighting because of their parents, or their perceptions of what their parents would have for them. I need a better profile view of a character. Smoosh just a touch. And then draw the last panel of the comic, and that way we can have this page ready for us to do the inks, to do the line art. And well, this panel is also more or less drawn. Again, a few minor corrections, I guess. Just put these ones in there. So here's something fun to think about for any of you that are fans of Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark, if Indiana Jones hadn't, if Indiana Jones wasn't there, if he hadn't done anything, then nothing would have changed, because the Nazis would have still, got the Ark, they would have still taken it to that island, and they would have opened it, and they all would have died anyway. It's a fun thing to think about with Raiders of the Lost Ark. But we also have to remember that the point of Indiana Jones being there, it wasn't specifically for stopping the Nazis. That wasn't the point of his character arc. The point of his character arc was to have more faith in the supernatural, more faith in a power greater than himself. And that is the true reason for why Indiana Jones was the main character of that story. I might make Kira's nose a little bit smaller. Let's take away the... Yeah, so we know that we're doing the whole darkened face thing. Which direction do I have the lines go? Need a little bit more of her hair in that panel. Okay, let's see what that looks like if we zoom out and we turn back on the speech bubbles. Where did they go? There we go. Maybe I'll bubble one outside, so that way it's on top of everything. Same with this one. That way I know where everything is, and it's easier to look through everything. I might scoot this one up a touch. How does that look with... Scroll down, see that image with Arden. It transitions into seeing Kira, and then that. I'm pretty sure that's fine. Well, I think it was a pretty productive day, because we got this done, and then we finished up on the page before it. We got this page finished, and we started it up. One Winged Angels just started playing. Took me a little bit off guard. But yeah, we finished up a page, and we started another one, and we got to the point where we can do some line art in it. Now, something that's... I lost my train of thought. Anyway, speaking of One Winged Angel, we will be continuing Final Fantasy VII tomorrow, as I do more of the live story analysis, so I can share with y'all why the game is such a big deal. And I really like doing that, because it helps me personally with my own writing abilities when I analyze something. That way I can internalize more about what these professionals have done, and I can make my stories even better. And I'm pretty excited for for playing tomorrow because we're going to be doing our first official jaunt into the world map of Final Fantasy VII. We had finished up Midgar last time, and we went to the town of Kalm to experience the Nibelheim flashback. And we got to see Sephiroth on screen for the first time. Kind of reminds me of when I started my stream today, I forgot to change the stream title and the category I was in. So for a moment there, I was in the Final Fantasy VII category, and it was like, and the notification that went out that I was streaming was the stream that was basically saying that I was going to be doing more of that game today, when that's tomorrow's stream. I'm pretty excited for future streams for games I'm going to do later on. I'm going to be playing the Final Fantasy series probably for the good majority of the upcoming year. It just depends on how quickly we get through them. Final Fantasy VIII took us about a month and a half. No, not even that, actually. Gosh, when did I start streaming those? It was about a month ago that I started streaming Final Fantasy VIII, and we got through that pretty fast. Final Fantasy VII is about the same length of game as Final Fantasy VIII is. And if we go through like one Final Fantasy a month, say we're doing just, I would basically stick through the classic titles 1 through 10. If we did it like one a month, that would take us almost a year to get through. So yeah, that's a good year of streams planned. How I'm gonna handle going through those is I'm gonna be doing, so we're doing the PlayStation Final Fantasies right now, and after we're finished with that, I'll probably be asking you guys what you prefer, if I should start with the Super Nintendo titles or if I should go with the original NES titles from that point. What I want to do is I want to have Final Fantasy X be the last of the series that we go through. So after we're done with Final Fantasy VII, I'm going to go to Final Fantasy IX. We'll play through that one, and that one's really nice. It's nice and cozy, so you can kind of kick back and relax. After that, I will send out a poll for what we'll do afterwards, whether it's the Nintendo titles or the Super Nintendo titles. And if we want to go through my favorite games in the series first before we go through the other titles, I might even we'll basically have it up to you guys what you would prefer. So what do you think? Do you think that I should do so after we finish Final Fantasy 7 and 9, after we're done with PlayStation, should we go to the Super Nintendo titles or should we go to the Nintendo titles? We'll basically flip a coin. Hey there, Blarg. Nice to see you. Fist bumps back to you. Yeah, let's see. There we go. Sort of wish that that I could figure out how to make the larger emotes appear in the chat on the video. I did. If you didn't notice, I did make my avatar. I did make Strathmore here be larger on screen because I felt like he was really. I felt like he was really tiny. NES titles first is probably better, so we can see the progression to NES. Yeah, to the Super Nintendo. That's a good one. I will be playing the Pixel remasters though, so it's not going to be exactly in the original Nintendo style, because if I'm to be honest, so Final Fantasy 1 on the NES plays, it's almost a slog to play through it because it was well, basically new games, new tech, and they were just kind of figuring themselves out at that point. What happens usually is when you finish a battle in the original Nintendo version of Final Fantasy 1, it will play out how much experience, how much gil you gained, and any loot that you got from the battle. And it also displays each level up and each individual stat that increased at that level up, and you're not able to push a button to skip those faster. You have to wait for the message to time out into the next one before you're able to leave the battle. So it's much slower. But we'll play the pixel remasters because they're much more streamlined, and they're a much more pleasant viewing experience, in my opinion. So then here's the next question: should we just go right in order? So we start with Final Fantasy 1, then go to 2 and 3, or is there like a specific one that you would prefer to see? For me, what my opinion is on that, I'll just probably go in order. So start with 1, go up to 2, then 3. I haven't played Final Fantasy 1 in quite some time, but any order is fine with you. Okay, yeah. Then we'll do it that way. We'll start with Final Fantasy 1, go to 2, then 3. And we'll just progress upward from there. I guess that makes much more sense. I just started with the PlayStation titles. I started with Final Fantasy 8 because that's my favorite of the PlayStation titles, and then I went to 7 because that was the one that is the most popular. It's even like the most popular in the whole Final Fantasy franchise. But I went to Final Fantasy 7 to do the story analysis of it, because I remember myself being a little tired of hearing about it at one point. But when I sat back one time and really thought about the story, and I saw other people doing analysis of it, I regarded it much higher than I did in the past, and that's kind of my goal with these streams. And I want to help you guys have the ability to consume your own media much better, whether that's anime or video games, and to see and to kind of understand why writers and game makers make the decisions that they do in terms of the storyline in a game. Right. I'll put the more exciting finished page up for the last little bit of the stream. One thing I'm also considering doing is dropping my mirror. No, not that one. Is maybe doing fewer streams instead of streaming every day except Sunday. Just streaming 3 or 4 times a week, and have the art streams be pulled back to like maybe just like one of them in the week, 1 or 2 in the week. So. Well, what do you guys think? Do you like seeing the majority of things be art streams, or would you prefer the majority of things be the Final Fantasy streams? I don't want to change things up so much that it's different than what you were originally stuck around for. Did that for you with 8? It's the one I don't think I understood well back when I played it. Yeah. So you're here mostly for the gaming streams. It sounds like, Blarg. I know that like art streams too. I just have a harder time getting around early them. That's fair. Yeah. I mainly do the art streams in the morning at that time, so I can. So that way I can get it done first thing in the day. Because while doing art is fun, it is still basically work. And if I find I'm less likely to draw on my own if I hold it off till later in the day. That's why I basically hold it up and put it up in the morning. It also sounds like Coco and Dalinat have an easier time as well getting into the streams if I'm starting them later in the day rather than as early as I'm doing it. I also started them earlier in the day because there's a bit less competition, but I don't think that might not matter so much in the art category because there's always hundreds of streamers doing that at the same time. So there's a possibility actually that what I might do is I might change the art streams to happen at the same time that I would usually do the gaming streams. So that would be 12:30 Eastern time, 9:30 Pacific. So I've got a bit of time to decide on that, so I will figure that out, and you guys will see that reflected in the stream schedule on my page. For anyone that hasn't been following me, if you follow me, I do analyses of games. I draw this comic here, and I hope to make it easier for people to consume their favorite media and enjoy it more when they know how the writers came to make the decisions they did with their stories. And also throughout this time that I'm going to I stream art, I'm going to be putting out a graphic novel at some point. I haven't started making it yet, but part of these streams will be showing the process of getting a pitch put together to send out to literary agents. And while I don't necessarily want my primary artist to be my primary audience to be artists and writers, it's welcome to have people stick around for whatever reason they feel like it. Alrighty, let's see who we can raid really quick. Wonder if there's anybody that I follow who is streaming right now. All right, go to my Twitch dashboard. Who's online right now? Let's see. Yeah, Morning Chai. They're a pretty good art streamer, so we can go quickly raid them. They have a flamingo persona, which is pretty fun. Stream manager. Raid channel. Okay, Morning Chai. So let's go and raid them really fast. We are unable to raid Morning Chai at this. Oh, okay. I guess not. Well then, let's find another art streamer to go ahead and raid. Well, PCat is playing Silk Song. She's an artist. She does a lot of good art tutorials on YouTube. So see if we can raid her. Oh, there we go. All right. Enjoy watching her play Silk Song.
suck this up first. Let's get some, Okay, we're in good shape right now. Ooh.